Hello, everybody, and welcome to It's a Wild, Wild, Wild Mount. I am the DM, and with me are my wonderful players. Hello, wonderful players.
Hello.
Hello.
So we're gonna get through we're gonna do some announcements very quickly, and once we get through that, we will get to the game. So our first round of announcements is once again, we are sponsored by our friends at neverending.com. Be neverending.com. So for those who are unaware, if you've ever wanted to make an animatic or an animated short of some of the things that you do in your role-playing games or just in your stories in general, if that was something that you were always looking to do, but you have like either no artistic ability or it's just you don't have the time to do all of that, Be Neverending is basically the way to go about that. It's a amazing brand new web-based visual storytelling platform. It's very super easy to use, and they have been rolling out some major things over time, and it's just getting better and better. So right now, you can use the character builder to create a custom avatar for your tabletop games or for your social media. You can see that we have also from the neck up, we have our avatars there. If you go on beneverending.com, you can actually find all of us. And you can see our full avatars. You can see our little blurbs about each of the characters. And you can select from all types of bodies and builds, hairstyles, eyes, outfits. They had a really successful Kickstarter, which basically just added so many more new options. They already had a shit ton of options, and now they just have even more. And really exciting, Neverending 2.0 is up and running now. So what is Neverending 2.0? So at the starting right off at the character builder, if you've already started using the layout, you'll see that it is much more user friendly, which is great. There's more customization options. They've added a number of different things, not only the things that they were looking to add, but some of the things from the Kickstarters. They're slowly starting to implement that. And you'll see in some of the new customizations, there's only some of them only have like maybe 2 or 3 different choices, but they're going to continue to add more options to those every week. Character Builder also is mobile compatible now, so you can actually use it on your phone. So if you're on a bus or a train, or you're commuting, now that the world is opening back up, if that was something you wanted to start building your character while you had some time, you could do that now on your phone fairly easily, or if you have a tablet. A few of the things that I'm super excited about. They now currently have backgrounds and stages for your avatars. So you can put your avatars on different types of platforms, or you can actually do some backgrounds. They have different picture backgrounds that you can put your avatar in. They also have the token builder, which I've been talking about a little bit. So for your virtual tabletops, you can actually now put your avatar inside of a round token that they actually have. Like, you can build a token and then download that and use it in your virtual tabletop games like Roll20, or in our case, we use Owlbear Rodeo. But the one thing I'm really, really super excited about, and I'm actually going to show you right now, is the random NPC generator. This is amazing for not only for DMs, but for players as well. So you'll actually see very quickly that I am right now on the random character builder, and right now you can see there's NPC name, there's a look, that the round dragon head logo there for Neverending, that's the token generator, right? So literally, if you're a DM, or say you're a player and you're like kind of looking for options of what you want to do for your character, or maybe you want to get some ideas, you can just jump right here onto the character builder. And if you're not happy with that, you can just go right down here to randomize, and then you see the little D20 just rolling, which is a pretty cool little animated there. And right now you see a brand new NPC just pulled up. Not only does the name randomize, the origin randomizes, the gender randomizes. You can actually put in your own gender if you wanted to, if you wanted your character to be something completely different. Personality, this guy, apparently, this person, music, humming, whistling, or full-throated singing gets me through each day. I walk for hours on Sunday to visit the church. I've heard Her Majesty herself worships in the great cathedral, but I've never seen her, right? Like crazy little things like that. It's all randomized. This is an excellent tool, especially for DMs, but again, like I said, for players as well, if that's something like if you're looking for some kind of inspiration for a character. So you can definitely find all of that at BeNeverEnding, all one word, .com. And the character builder itself is BeNeverEnding.app, app. So once again, thank you so much for Neverending for sponsoring our little stream here. So thank you very much. Second announcement is this coming Monday is our third Monster Hearts 2 session. If you missed the first two, by the end of this weekend, they will be up on our YouTube, and you'll be able to watch them and get kind of caught up for Monday. So if you're interested in finding out like a story, listening to a story and watching the role play of teenagers in the 90s who also happen to be monsters, this is for you. So please join us on Monday. It's going to be 7:30 p.m. right here for our third session. We only have 6 sessions for this Monster Hearts game. So we're already halfway through. Monday will make it halfway. So please join us. Things got really interesting on our second session. Can't wait to see what the players do for the third session. I think it's going to be very, very interesting. And last but not least, again, I sometimes forget to do this, but I made it a point today. Once again, thank you so much to my players, and thank you to my mods, who also happen to be some of my players, who are constantly helping out where they can, and just helping things move smoothly as possible. And again, my players, thank you so much for letting me run the game for you. Without you, that
just ran by.
What was that?
Lauren's mom walked into the room. I said an NPC ran.
Okay. Okay. But thank you so much for allowing me to run the game, because without you, there is no game. I could write all the stories in the world that I want, but without any of you, there is no game. So thank you so much. And thank you, all of you, for watching and supporting us. I know that, as the world opens up, schedules have been fluctuating, which means that some of the streams haven't been going off like they normally do, but that's probably going to happen for the next couple of weeks. So please bear with everybody. We ask for your patience in all of this as things start to kind of, for lack of a better term, normalize around scheduling anyway. But yeah, as things are opening up, it's a little chaotic out there. So just bear with us. We're not going anywhere anytime soon, but things may drop off here and there, and we don't do it intentionally. But as soon as we know, and we kind of try to get things moving forward. So thank you for being patient with us. We appreciate it. And I think that's about it. So with that, we can get into today's session. So, music is too calm, to be very honest, as we were in essentially an interesting situation when we last left off. Last time we were together, you had all begun the investigation of random bandits who were terrorizing, seemingly, some farms on the outskirts of the city of Zadash. Upon your investigation, you found that not only were these battles or incidents happening around these farms, but you actually walked into the middle of one of them. After a battle where these hooded figures were attacking a small group of individuals, you began fighting these hooded figures and defeating them, helping the small group of individuals who were definitely outnumbered. Two of them had already fallen in battle previously by the time you had gotten there. And as you finished the battle and began to talk with one another and try and figure out what was going on and get more information, Sara got what she believed was a whiff of Dragonborn egg, which incited her to unleash her fury upon the three remaining survivors of the battle. Two of them dropping, and one of them, seemingly the leader, who had taken a number of the items off of his fallen comrades and were actually beginning to take the bodies with them, ran. And two of them ran in different directions. One was caught and killed by Galen. The other, the leader, taking off deep into the forest. A number of you began to pursue him, and that is kind of where we left off. So, to remind everybody exactly what's going on and where you're at, I am going to update our map. And let's see, a second. And the map itself will just be to kind of give you a little bit of perspective. It's not the, let's see. Here we go. Nope, that's not it. This is to kind of show you where you are at. Please let me know if you can see it.
Yeah, I can see mine.
All right. So, to give you context of exactly what's going on, where Jarina, Phoebe, and Leah are, is the edge, is the clearing, and where you see that tree line, everything past that tree line is dense forest. You are running into the forest chasing this individual who, to remind you all, is completely out of your sight. Even those with 120 feet of dark vision, you still cannot see him. That is how far he is already running. Now, you're only going to have a few rounds before he's gone. So what you're going to do, we're gonna follow the initiative that we had last time. I have everybody's initiative order already set from last time, and you're gonna tell me what you want to do. All right, remember, you have an action, you have movement, and you have a bonus action. All right, you can, in this instance, you can cast a spell, you can use an ability check, anything that you think is going to help you in this situation, but it has to make sense. Otherwise, I'm going to ask you to roll something differently. All right. Be careful of not be careful, but be aware of your own spells. If your spells specifically say you can only cast them when seeing a creature. If you cannot see the individual, you will not be able to cast that spell at them. So look at the wording of your spells to just bear that in mind. Each of these squares, for your information, is considered 10 feet, not 5. That is how far and how large this area of forest is.
Wait, can you repeat that last part?
Each of the squares is considered 10 feet instead of 5. as far as movement is concerned. Okay, so remember, in this instance, I'm going by what the group had decided to do, which was to chase him down. Some of you are starting that process. Others of you are doing other things. You can do whatever you want in this instance. But if it's specifically going after this individual who is not on the map because you cannot see him currently, please let me know. And remember, and here's another thing I want to remind both you and those who are watching, is that NPCs are just, in some instances, are just like you and your characters. They're not like 2 hit point scrubs in some instances. Some of them have the same abilities that you all have. So bear that in mind. You've already seen that this individual has some interesting abilities, and you had questioned it last time. So I just wanted to make sure that you are aware. He seems to have some roguish abilities because he is also able to use his bonus action to dash, which is a roguish ability. So just be aware. Not all NPCs are like from video games or World of Warcraft, where, you know, I beat them down, they can't do the same thing. Nope. Some of them are as powerful or more powerful than all of you. So just please remember that going in. Okay? So any questions before we start? All right. Everybody is placed exactly where they were when we left off in the chase. The very last things that you did. So the person that is closest right now, but still can't see, is Galen. But again, everything past the tree line. So where Sora is moving north on the map, is all dense forest, and this is still the middle of the night. So this is just for reference for all of you, so you can kind of get an idea of how big this is, but also how much space and room you have to go. All right. So initiative order is thus. Last time we were together, Roderick, who's the leader, who's the one who's running, was at the top of the round. He already did he did everything he was going to do during his round, and that's where we left off. Next up from that was Squall. After Squall is Sora.
Okay. Squall very quickly notices the likelihood of his own success in being that he cannot see, and needs to see in order to hit things with a sword. So, even though he was just briefly fully engaged in a sprint, he's going to stop in his tracks. I'm going to shout out loud, there are some of you better suited for tracking and chasing. Now is your time to shine. I will hang back and look after Jarina. Jarina, maybe send your little pet on ahead with them so we have a means of catching up. And then that's where, and then I'm going to step back and I'm going to start moving back towards Jarina, knowing that my intention is to keep her safe.
Okay. So yeah, so you can move yourself back. You can start moving using your movement and such.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's all in my turn.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. Sora. Rowan, you're after Sora.
I don't have a spell to use, but at the moment, but I do have movement.
Sure. Yeah. So you can take your movement. Oh, you're not going after the guy?
Am I going backwards?
You're going backwards. He's moving ahead of you north. Well, north in the map.
And I am going to hold my action until something happens where either we can see him or we get attacked.
Okay, so how many feet did you move up?
30.
30.
You
Okay.
said each one was 10, right?
Yeah, each one is 10. So you move 30 feet. Okay. All right, so you move up 30 feet and it's still dark. You're looking into the forest. There's rustling all around you. You don't know if it's from the wind, from creatures in the forest right now, being that a bunch of you just ran into the forest and now like just the wildlife is beginning to kind of like scatter because of all of this movement and all the fighting. You're not sure. So you still don't see him. You can barely see with your dark vision. You can still see Rowan and Galen, but past them, you can't see anything.
Okay.
So if you want to, you can instead of holding your action to cast a spell, you could move another 30 feet and dash. Everybody has that ability if you use it as an action.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that.
Okay.
And I did.
So now, so 60.
I'm just checking. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
So 60 feet altogether.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So take a look. Still don't see them. But you're definitely a lot further off than you were before.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Rowan, you're up. Phoebe, you're after Rowan.
I'm gonna dash after the roguish gent.
Okay. Well, all right. So here's an instance of just dash is an action, and then you still have movement. So which one are you doing? Are you dashing with your action, or are you just moving and then dashing? Like what is it? What is it that you
Both.
specifically? Both. Oh, you're gonna do both.
I'm gonna do both. Yeah.
All right. So 60 feet.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you move me? My my map is just I keep getting errors.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. So that's going to be. All right. So you move 60 feet up. And I'm doing fantasy math as we're doing all this because trying to make sure everybody's like where he is in comparison to all of you since last time.
Oh, allow me fantasy math, fantasy math, fantasy
Perfect.
math, fantasy math.
All right, so you move up 60 feet. You still do not see him. All right. Phoebe, you're up. Jarina, you are after Phoebe.
What I am. Hang on. Sorry, clicking on wrong tabs here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move 30 feet to try and catch up with the rest, and then I'm going to dash.
Okay. So 60 feet altogether, so 6 squares. Remember, each square is 10 feet.
It's weird how I can manhandle myself.
All right. So you move up 60 feet. And you take a look and the same thing. It's pitch black. There's definitely rustling all around you in the trees. You can't make him out, but you're on your way. Alrighty, Jarina, you're up. Galen, you are after Jarina.
Okay. I look at the creature that we have tied up, and then I look at Maya, and kind of frantic, I tell Maya, follow our friends who are giving chase. Help them if they need.
Okay. So, what is Maya's flying speed?
Her flying speed is 60 feet flying.
Okay. So, if you wanted to, you could have her go her full movement and dash for 120 feet.
Okay. Give me one. Let me move her right here. So that would be 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Dash is just double, right?
It's another, it would be another 60 feet.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right, give me 1 second. Does Maya have dark vision?
She does up to 60 feet.
60 feet, okay. All right, so let's see. Rowan, Galen, and Sora, you watch as Maya's just right past all of you, right past your heads, flying low underneath the canopy, but just slightly above all of your heads, dodging branches, moving in and out. Unfortunately, she, as far as she was able to move, she does not see anything yet. So, and just to put it into perspective for all of you, whereas normally I would ask you to roll perception checks, that's only if you are within range of your dark vision being able to see. Would I ask you to do that? So in this case, nobody's rolled perception yet because you have not been able to see him. Now, you can, if you want to, ask me as an action to roll perception or roll investigation or roll survival. Remember, you have ability checks, you have abilities, you have spells you could use as well if you want to, just as a reminder. But as of yet, no one sees anything. So that's essentially your bonus action, Jarina. So you still have an action and a movement if you want to use it. You have all of these bodies around you. Leah did go and inspect the hooded figures, but her investigation was more of grabbing shit off of them, right? Just kind of going through their stuff, rifling through their stuff. The bodies that have not been inspected as of yet are the other individuals, the ones that they were attacking that initially you were helping and then turned on.
As an action, I want to go around inspecting all of the bodies to see what items or tattoos I can find.
Okay, make an investigation check for me, please.
20, not natural.
Okay, so you begin the process of going through the bodies. The first ones that you go through are the individuals that seem to not be mutilated. The other individuals, the ones that were being attacked, and you begin to rifle through their things, and because this is you're only able to do this within 6 seconds because this is how everything's turning out. You get to the first one, and the first one that you go to was the one that initially that was dropped on the floor and that had the backpack, but then the backpack was taken by Roderick. And you begin going through the bodies. First thing you find is there are these tattoos that are just winding up the neck. They kind of stop right below the jawline. These are pretty similar to what you've seen prior. There's a slight deviation to them, but they pretty much seem the same. You start going through, you can see as you're beginning to like rifle through his things, whatever he had on him is gone. There is evidence of that there was a pouch on his belt and the strings have been snipped and cut. You also see this very odd looking thing on his belt. It's leather, and it looks like it has 4 slots. And in those 4 slots, 3 of those slots look like small broken glass vials, and there's some kind of liquid that is just kind of pouring down, like pouring out of those vials. They're completely empty, but there's like a little bit of wetness. The 4th slot is empty. There's no glass, there's no vial, nothing. It's just empty. But with your 6 seconds in that investigation check, that's what you find initially on the first body.
Gotcha.
Okay. Alrighty, so that is Jarina's turn. Galen, it is now your turn. Leah, you are after Galen.
Question. Before, because I know that my character saw him before he vanished into the forest. Did I know which direction he went? Was that north?
He seemed to be going straight ahead.
All right, then I will go straight ahead. We'll use my normal speed and then my dash. So that'll get me 80 feet.
I'll get you 80 feet. Okay. All right. So you move. So you can move yourself 80 feet. All right. Galen, I need you to make a perception check for me.
$20 non-natural.
Okay. As you're moving forward and running, just barely, you can see what looks like this. It looks like a shape. Now, just to remind you, dark vision doesn't give you color. It's not like night vision where it automatically brightens everything. You see things in grays, blacks, that kind of thing. So even in the dark, you don't see everything, but you see this large shape that seems to be moving at a fast pace in this area. In fact, I'll just very quickly mark it so you can actually get a better idea. So, let's see.
I'm going to use dancing lights and move it towards the shape.
Hold on a second.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the range of dancing lights?
120 feet, as large as my normal dark vision. We lost someone.
Who did we lose?
I'm back.
Squall.
He's back.
Randomly bounced.
All right. So, you cannot cast dancing lights because that is an action, and you use your action to dash.
In which case, I will yell to my group, "He's over that way!" And I point that way, and hopefully somebody can see me. But as a bonus action, I can use my offhand, and I'm going to throw my dart at him.
Okay, that's going to be at disadvantage.
That's a 7.
7. You throw it. You hear it like go through trees and branches. You're not sure if it hit its mark.
Well,
Oh.
I point in that direction. I tell everyone like he's over there. And
All right. The only ones who would probably be able to see you is Sora and Rowan. Actually, hold on. 10, 20, 30, 40, 56. Actually, no. Rowan and Maya would be the only ones who can actually see you at this point because you ran so far ahead outside of their dark vision that they can hear you saying it, but they don't see where you're pointing. Rowan and Maya can see exactly where you're pointing.
As long as somebody can see, I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right. So. All right. So that's Galen's turn. Leah, it is now your turn.
So the first thing I'm going to do is run to catch up.
Okay.
Now we're all heading into the big thing that looks like the clearing on the map.
Yeah, it looks like a clearing, but just for everyone there, for all of you, that's actually just dense forest, just filled with trees.
So if I'm going to do 30 feet to run, 30 feet to dash, is that everything I can do? Because I do have a bonus act.
Yeah, you as a rogue, your bonus action, you can dash as a bonus action also. So you can actually move. You can move 90 feet if you use it all.
I'd like to do that, please.
Okay, so you're going to move ahead. The last place you saw, you heard Galen, but you have no idea which way he's pointing. So you're just going to keep going straight. So you can go 90 feet straight.
Okay.
So that'll put you right there. Perfect. You can now
I think that's
see.
all I can do.
Yeah, you can now see within sight of your dark vision. You can see Sora, Maya, Rowan, and just almost out of your dark vision, you can see Galen. And just as a reminder, Lucy, you can feel Lucy kind of like resting on your shoulder.
Okay. But we still don't have a full visual on our target, correct?
You don't see him.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay. All right. Top of the round. It is now Roderick's turn. He is. He's gonna see. Okay, so Galen, in that area where you saw that shadow, without question, you can actually now see it dash and dart what looks like somewhere in this direction, moving, but quickly gets lost and outside of your dark vision after 50 feet. Telling you, Galen specifically, he has gone further than 50 feet. But you saw what direction he went in, without a doubt. But you no longer have a visual. That was his action, movement, and bonus action. You're getting the impression that if you don't come up with an idea pretty soon, he's going to be gone. Squall, it is now your turn. So you're just chilling. You're just going to be chilling with Jarina there, just helping her out. You want to investigate some of the bodies with her? Can he hear me, Squall?
I have been muted. Yes, let's
Okay.
investigate some bodies.
All right.
I responded with such gusto, only to be muted.
Well, don't lose the gusto. Come on, it's all good.
Yeah. So
Huzzah!
shoot.
Investigate the shit out of those bodies.
So, will I be rolling for this?
Yes.
Perception?
Roll investigation for me.
Investigation. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, 19.
19. All right. So as Jarina is going through that one body, you go to the one right next to her. And you start investigating, and you see something similar to what she saw. It looks like possibly he had 2 pouches on him. And the leather strings have been sliced and cut. No pouches are there. You begin to kind of search the body. You do find a dagger in one of the boots. It's fairly nice. The metal itself is black. And you kind of get the impression, being a warrior, this is definitely made for use at night, so it does not actually pick up any glint of light and give away position.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and just pocket that. Like, actually.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You take that. You can put a black iron dagger in your inventory. Okay. And then it's just a regular dagger, but it has that black sheen on it to kind of dull it from light. And you continue to kind of search, and you're getting frustrated, but you pull open the shirt slightly, and you can see tattoos going up the neck all the way, stopping at the jawline. And as you kind of open up the body to see maybe if they're wearing a necklace or something like that, you don't find a necklace, but you can see that the tattoos continue down on the chest and seem to continue further down the body. You kind of stop at the chest area. Very intricate tattoos, but they do look similar to the ones that you've seen previously.
Okay. Interesting. Concerning.
But that's pretty much it.
Okay. All right. I guess I'll ask Jarina. Is she? Are you okay? Or no? What do you make of this situation?
Okay. So you asked Jarina. All right. So that is Squall's turn. Sarah, it's now your turn.
All right. Did I notice which direction Galen called out?
Galen is outside of your dark vision. So you heard him say, he's this way, but you have no idea where he's pointing because you can't even see him.
All right. I'm going to use one of my patches on my robe of useful items.
Okay.
The dog patch.
Okay. So that'll be your action.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you rip off the patch. And as you rip off the patch, there's a flash of light and a little bit of smoke, and you begin to kind of cough a little bit. And as the smoke clears, standing in front of you are 2 mastiffs. And they're just kind of looking at you like...
I send them out. I say, track, attack.
Alrighty. Make an animal handling check for me, please. This will be interesting.
13.
13. So as you say this, I just want to check one thing real quick. Okay. All right. All right, I'm just checking something real quick. All right, so all right, we're gonna go old school with this. All right, so you say track. You rolled a very decent number for them. I want you to roll perception checks for each of them. They get advantage for smell basis, so that's what they're going to do.
Should I roll twice or 4 times for perception? And do they have an add?
They do. Hold on a second. Whatever you roll is going to be a +3.
All right. So am I rolling 4 times or am I rolling 2 times?
No, you're going to roll advantage. This is going to be for both of them.
Okay. Got an 18.
18. Okay. So they begin. And they start taking off in Galen's direction. And their speed is 40. So 10, 20, 30, 40. 10, 20, 30, 40. And then they're going to dash as their action. 10, 20, 30, 40. 10, 20, 30, 40. Yeah. And that's pretty much it. That's all they can do. But Galen, you just saw these huge dogs just run right past you, just like just booking right past you in the direction that you saw that guy go, but you have no idea where these dogs came from.
For the record, hon, I moved my character, my movement speed.
Okay, perfect. Alrighty. So yeah, Galen, these big ass dogs just came out of nowhere and just running past you. And they're big. They're not small dogs. They are, let's put it this way, halflings and gnomes use these dogs as mounts. So they're not dire wolf size, but they're also not small dogs. They are mastiff size. They are pretty big. Alrighty. They are considered medium creatures. So if they were standing upright, they would be as tall as all of you. Alrighty. So that's Sara's turn. That was a good turn. Rowan.
Wait, I have a question.
Yes.
Once I use a patch, it no longer exists, correct?
Nope, that's it. You now have 2 dogs. Congratulations.
You're a
Thank you.
mother.
Puppies!
All right, Rowan, it is now your turn. You also, because your focus is running towards where this guy went, all of a sudden you heard dogs barking and running. You saw them just go past you. What would you like to do?
First she'll say puppies! And then she'll run her full movement and dash again.
Okay. So that is going to be, since you saw which way Galen was pointing, that'll be the direction you go. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Yeah, you're kind of even with the doggies now, who are paying you no mind and just seem very intent and focused. They've actually stopped in the area that they are, and you watch them that they just sniffing the ground like aggressively.
Do I see any dude in front of me?
You do not. Again, you're getting the impression that he's not doing anything fancy. He is running as hard and as fast as he can, using everything he has to run, which is his action, bonus action, and movement. So far, the only one that's got any chance of physically catching up with him is probably Galen. Just because Galen's crazy monk speed.
And the dogs, right?
Dogs are not as fast as Galen.
Wow.
Actually, no, wait. Yes, they are. They do move 40 feet. Yeah. So it's a race between these dogs and Galen, it looks like, maybe. Unless somebody comes up with an interesting idea. So, yeah.
I have a question.
Okay, shoot.
What's a horse's movement?
I think it's 50.
So you're looking.
It's
all
40
right.
or 50.
You should have these things up and ready. So the DM, who is running a lot of other things.
This is the first time I'm using the rope.
Yeah. Well, you can actually go into D&D Beyond. You go into the extras tab, and you'll be able to find all the animals and creatures that exist, and you'll be able to pull up their stats from there if you like. But
Okay.
a riding horse is 60 feet of movement. So
Thank you.
you are welcome. All right, so that was Rowan's turn. Phoebe, is now your turn. Your companions are quickly running outside of your dark vision range. You're having a hard time even seeing them at this point. But you can absolutely try and catch up to them if you like.
Sorry, I already had something planned and then it just went out of my fucking brain. What the fuck was I gonna do? Shit.
Well, yeah, shitting will be an action.
No.
It does take some time. You got to drop trowel.
Very
Got to
funny,
find a
very
spot.
funny,
You know.
Very funny. I'm going to move my max distance, and then I'm going to roll a survival check to make sure I'm going the right way.
Okay. So all right. So move your full movement, and then roll me a survival check.
$16.
16. As you're running, you kind of stop. You're checking, and it's really dark. But thankfully, you know you're a good enough tracker to kind of figure out what's going on, and you can clearly see, besides your companion's footprints, what absolutely looks like a large set of boot prints, and there's some kind of liquid dripping behind him, but it's very faint. It's very like it's not like something is pouring with him, but you can see these little droplets, and you know that these are specifically his footprints, and you are going in the right direction.
Interesting.
Okay. Has an interesting brimstone smell to it. Alrighty, so that is Phoebe's turn. Jarina, is now your turn.
Maya also goes on my turn, correct?
As your bonus action.
Okay. As my action, I want to so I've already looked through all of the bodies because 6 seconds seems like a very short time to look through all the bodies.
No, you've only inspected the one. You're continuing each turn you take, you can inspect one body very, very quickly because you got 6
Gotcha.
seconds. So,
Okay, so I'm gonna continue inspecting the next body
okay.
of the guys that we thought we were helping.
Okay. So yeah, so you move down. You don't have to move yourself from where you're at because you're essentially be off the map, south. But you move towards the individual that Galen killed, the one that he cracked over the skull. And as you start inspecting him, you see the same tattoos. One side of his face is slightly burned from where Sora basically blew fire that kind of kicked all of this off. And it's still kind of like it's still oozing and reddish and blistering. I mean, it just happened, so it's very fresh. This one does have an intact pouch tied to his belt. You pull it off. You find 2 pieces of platinum, 15 pieces of gold, and 3 silver. He also has a black bladed dagger in his boot.
All right, I'm gonna pocket the dagger. And as a bonus action, I want Maya to continue pursuing. So I'm gonna do her full 60 feet, and then I'm gonna have her dash again.
Yeah. Well, at this point, she's so far out of your range that she's just going to continue to do what you instructed her to do last time.
Gotcha.
So she saw.
You want me to move her still?
No, I got it. She saw where Galen was pointing. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. 60 is her flying movement, right? Okay.
Yes.
And then 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Make a perception check for Maya.
She rolled a 2 plus 1 is her perception, so she got a 3.
3. Yeah, she's kind of like she's still looking, and she's with it. She feels like she's probably within range, but she's not able to see anything in the darkness. It's just very dark. It's getting the foliage is getting a lot thicker, but she feels like she's going in the right direction.
Okay.
All right, Galen, you are up. Leah, you're after Galen.
I will follow in the direction of Maya and kind of keep a little bit of distance away from the dogs because I have no idea who the fuck these dogs are.
All right, fair enough.
Any perception checks needed?
Yes. Make me a perception check.
$18.
18. All right. You see the figure of Roderick, out of breath, right in this area right here. You can see the shadow of him. You can't see great detail, but you absolutely see it. Like his hand is on a tree, and he's just like. But yeah, you can see him.
All right, I'm going to. Actually, I don't know if I should run and then use my bonus action to throw a dagger, or use dancing lights to highlight him. How far away is he? How many feet is this?
He's maybe about 70 or 80 feet away from you.
Okay, so
Dancing lights.
yeah, I'm going to use dancing lights.
Okay. So you use dancing lights right on top of them?
Yep, all three. Or is it two?
It's it's like three globules.
Okay. All three of them.
So it immediately lights up the area. Everybody, even those with limited dark vision, you don't specifically see them, but you see this bright light. Well, not bright. This is mainly light. It's like torchlight coming from that area. And Galen, you immediately see him like go, fuck. As you can now clearly see him like leaning up against this tree.
As a bonus action, I'll throw a dart. I know this is going to be in disadvantage, but
yeah, that's definitely a disadvantage.
$16.
16. That's a disadvantage?
Yes.
That definitely hits.
$7 damage.
Okay. And you can see with the lights on him, just kind of grabs it, yanks it, pulls it out, starts shaking his head. All right, that's your turn. He's still up though. Doesn't look happy. Leah, it is now your turn. You don't see him, but you can absolutely see this, like, what looks like torchlight just lit up ahead, very far from where you're at.
Would I be able to use my movement, my dash, and as my bonus action send Lucy?
Yeah, you can do that.
I'd like to do that, please. So I'm gonna look down to Lucy and ask Lucy, Lucy, do you want to go get the guy? He's right over there where the lights are.
Okay. Lucy, you don't see Lucy because Lucy's still invisible. But you get the impression that Lucy is going to do whatever you want Lucy to do. So okay, so move your movement.
So my movement would be 60.
Yeah.
And now, Galen's the purple guy with the white hair.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna go that way because he's closest to the guy we're chasing, right?
Yes. And it's also in the direction of that light that you see.
Can I move diagonally?
Yeah, you can move diagonally. And what's Lucy's speed?
Lucy's speed is 40 feet.
Okay, so Lucy will hop off your shoulder. And again, you don't see her, but she begins to move 10, 20, 30, 40, 10, 20, 30, 40. She is like 20 feet from him. Galen, you can see like some like pieces of brush like moving out of the way, like at knee height, but you don't see anything.
I'm gonna assume it's another dog.
Yeah, a lot of crazy shit going on right now. Dogs came out of nowhere. Like now there's something else in the grass that you can't see it. What the hell?
He's assuming that there's more dogs and they're from some other group that hate this guy as well. That's his mentality right now.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so that's your turn, Leah. All right, so now top of the round, it is now Roderick's turn.
Quick question.
Yes.
Does it take an action or a bonus action for the dancing lights to follow something or move somewhere?
I believe it is a bonus action. But you read the spell and it'll tell you.
Okay, because if it doesn't take any of those, I would like to have it follow him until it reaches the edge of its range.
Well, you can only do that on your turn. So you can't actually make it like attach it to him and wherever he goes it follows. It's going to stay there until your turn and then you can move it on your turn. But make sure you read the spell. It will tell you if it's an action or a bonus action to move them.
Okay, yeah, you're right. It's a bonus action.
Okay. Alrighty. So Roderick, it is now his turn. He sees this light. You just threw a dart at him. He hears rustling up ahead of himself. He shakes his head. He goes, fuck. He reaches down. You watch him go. Shh, and you hear glass shatter on the ground. And then you watch as he goes. He starts running and runs fast and quickly disappears out of the light. Disappears completely out of your dark vision. Make a perception check for me, Galen.
13.
13. You watched as he used his action to drink something. And you heard glass shatter on the ground. And then he moved unnaturally fast. So that is what you perceived, especially with you having the light out like that. It looked very unnatural, like he should not have been able to move that fast. And very quickly, he is out of the light and out of your vision.
Is it? Do I only say stuff on my turn, or can I quickly say he used magic?
You can say something, yeah.
He used a potion. He's running faster than usual. The fuck?
All right. So, I will say this. Considering what just happened, all right, you know what? We can actually go one more round. We can go one more round. And we will see what happens. All right, Squall, you're going to continue to investigate. You're muted.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Such gusto.
All right. So you go to the last of the bodies of the group that you initially helped. And this one very, very singed. Singed to the point where some of his shirt actually seems fused to his skin. This is one of the ones that Sora just burned. And you begin to kind of go through, and you can just barely make it out through the burns, but you can also see more of the tattoos. There's another one of those daggers in his boot. And he does also have a pouch on him. Inside that pouch is one piece of platinum, 20 pieces of gold, and 6 pieces of silver.
Okay. Nice.
But outside of that, he's pretty much a charred, burned mess.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. That's it.
All right. Okay, so Squall, that's your turn. Sora, is now your turn.
If I use another patch, that's an action, correct?
Yes.
Getting on something is also an action. So.
Yeah, to mount your horse would be an action.
All right, I tell the dogs, keep going.
Okay. All right, so that'll be your bonus action for the dogs. So the dogs continue to sniff around. Make a perception check for the dogs. Remember, you're going to add a +3. And they have advantage.
Well, that was a nat 20 plus 3, so 23, but wait. Yeah, the first one.
That's nat 20. It doesn't get higher than that. Unless you're rolling some crazy dice I don't know about. Alrighty, so they and they immediately change direction. And they start taking off in the direction where the dancing lights are. And that is their turn and your turn. Rowan, it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna keep chasing, and I'm gonna dash after the dogs.
Okay. So, let's see. 10, 20, 30. 10, 20, 30. There you go.
Do I see Roderick anywhere?
You do not. Not yet. And you heard Galen say he took a potion. He's using magic. You heard all that. All right, Phoebe, it's now your turn.
Being that they're ahead of me, I don't see how I can be of any help, so I'm going to double back with to Squall and Jarina.
Okay. All right, so you head back. Are you gonna assist them, or you would need your full action to move there anyway. Okay, so so you just make your way back, no problem.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Jarina. So you can continue to kind of do your investigation thing. All right, roll me roll me an investigation check real quick.
I got a 14.
Okay, so between you and Squall, you've examined the bodies of the individuals that you initially helped. So you begin kind of going back over the other individuals, the hooded ones, and just kind of double checking. And they all have their mouths sewn shut. Their eyelids are gone. But one of them has this. It is unlike the others. Because Leah did a pretty good job, like going through their stuff and taking whatever they had. But your investigation is more along the lines of, like, trying to figure out physically what's going on with them and who they are. So you do realize that their eyelids were cut with something sharp, but not necessarily made to cut flesh, because you can see that where their eyelids used to be, it's just jagged, dead, it, like, the way it healed, it's pretty nasty. And without actually doing a more thorough, like, medical investigation, you won't be able to know more about, like, the mouth or all that stuff. But you can see they're all, except one of them. One of them, eyelids are gone, mouth sewn shut, but his face looks shriveled. And on his face, you can see a black handprint. Very similar to the desiccated cows that you came across when you were beginning your investigation at the camp. And you recall that you did see Roderick during the battle grab this one by the face, grab his friend, and seemingly some kind of black energy transferred from the hand on the face to his friend on the ground, and he brought him back up from what looked like death. So that's what you find.
Gotcha.
Okay. Alrighty. Galen, it's now your turn.
A bit demoralized that whatever he had, that this guy was able to run super fast. Do you still gonna give chase?
Yeah, go for it. So you're gonna full dash, full movement.
Yep, full
Okay.
dash and full movement.
Okay. So you do your full dash, you do your full movement. You're getting deeper and deeper in. And you go, okay, I did this last time. I ran full tilt and I was able to find him. And you begin looking. Roll me a perception check, please.
$21.
21. As you run towards this location, first thing that you run across is you hear the broken glass. You step on it. And you look down quickly, and you can see what looks like the remnants of some kind of like vial, glass vial. And you can even see a cork next to it. And you keep going until your full movement, and you start looking. And you see nothing. He is nowhere to be found. And you start realizing whatever he drank must have made him faster, because you should have been able to at least get an idea of which direction he went in. You have no idea.
Shit. Galen says audibly.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a question. Are the dogs keeping pace with him?
Galen just ran past the dogs.
Okay.
And they seem to be moving towards where the dancing light is. So. All right. Leah, it is now your turn.
So Leah would like to use the telepathic bond between her and Lucy.
Mm-hmm.
And send Lucy the visual impression that she should go after this guy if she can catch up to him through scent or magic or whatever it is she does.
Okay.
And then Leah's gonna move up her full movement and dash.
Okay. So Galen, you feel this brushing against your leg, and you see some of the bushes push away, but you see nothing, and it freaks you out. As Lucy makes her way past you, but you don't know that. Something just brushed against your leg, and you can't see anything, and that's weird because it was right there by your leg.
It's like seaweed in the ocean.
Kind of, yeah.
Across your leg.
Yeah, you're like, what the hell is that? But you still aren't able to see anything from your vantage point, Leah. But you do feel that Lucy is still following your orders. But if she gets too far away, you won't be able to telepathically control her anymore. She'll just keep going and doing what the last thing you asked her to do, unless you snap her back to where you are.
Her stats said that our telepathic connection lasts up to a mile, so I won't let her get that far away.
Yeah, you'll be able to kind of like feel her and like know where she's at. You just won't be able to kind of go into her, go into her vision in her sight if she gets too far.
Okay. Am I able to see through her eyes currently because we're only about maybe 60 feet apart? Wait, I gotta move myself. Sorry.
Yeah. Move yourself because you're further now because she moved as well. 20, 30. She's 80. You're just like right on the cusp of your bond with her. So if you want to, but actually no, that'll be an action for you to do that, and you used it to make your dash. Or no, actually, if you wanted to, you can use your dash as a bonus action, and then use your action to go into her sight.
Okay.
Okay, so you kind of concentrate, and you immediately, your sight shifts from your height to much lower. And right now you can see grass being moved. You don't see any hands, no limbs, nothing. But you can actually now see through Lucy's eyes, and you can hear Lucy as she's moving through the grass and the bushes. And she stops and begins to look around. Make a perception check for Lucy.
Okay, I rolled a 16, but what's her perception?
That's going to be 1 second. She doesn't have anything towards, so whatever you roll is her perception. So what was that?
16.
16. All right. So Lucy has 120 feet of dark vision. And so you are actually seeing through her eyes right now, dark vision. She's moved her full movement. She's run past Galen. You actually saw her brush past his leg and him go, "What the fuck?" But continue to move past him and starts to look around. Lucy looks up, sees a bird just kind of shoot out of the tree, sees a couple of squirrels and other creatures run as far away from her as they possibly can. But nowhere does she see Roderick.
Can I snap her back to me with the telepathy?
Yeah, you can do that. So you come out of the vision, snap, she disappears. You snap again, she appears in front of you. Well, you feel like she appears in front of you. She's still invisible, you're not sure.
Okay. I want to yell out to the party that Lucy ran as far as she could and looked as far as she could and can't find the guy.
Okay.
We
Yeah.
may have lost him.
Easy enough. Yeah, you yell it out. And at this point, coming back to the top of the round, unfortunately, at this point in time, there's no way that any of you will be able to catch up to Roderick. And you feel that whatever it was that he took, whatever he drank, definitely gave him the bonus that he needed. Considering that was his action, he could have gotten a lot farther the next round. Because the next round, I will tell you right now, he was able to move 180 feet around. After that. So unless someone here wants to give me some kind of like spell or action or something that you think will be able to help catch up with him, that's as fast as he's moving right now. He's
I
moving.
just need a visual on him.
Yeah. He's moving 60 feet for his dash action, for his movement, and for his bonus action currently.
I think we lost him. I don't think this is going to be fruitful at all.
Okay.
And you can see Sora's face is very, very frustrated and angry, and just, you know, she looks very sullen.
Shit.
So you all realize at this point that you're unfortunately unable to catch up to him. And you begin to make your way back to the clearing over where Jarina and Squall currently are, continuing to kind of police the bodies and investigate what's happening.
With 2 new dogs? Are they both boys?
I don't know, Sarah, what are they? They're your dogs.
I don't know. They appeared and I told them to go.
Did you call them back?
Yeah, I guess.
All right, so yeah,
What
you
are
call
their
them.
names?
You call them back. You whistle, and they kind of.
I haven't had the opportunity to name them.
Where do you keep getting these fucking dogs? You got a fucking dire wolf, and now you got these two? And
Oh, can I have
probably
one?
a
Can I
big
have
one?
I'll name you Daisy. And I pet the one mastiff. And I'll name you Poppy. And I pet the other mastiff.
You can't have both.
Can I name them? Oh, Daisy, you're so
Fine.
good. You're what a heckin' good doggy you are.
Fine. Name them. Go ahead.
Okay.
Daisy and Poppy wind up being 2 boys.
Yeah, you check. They absolutely are. Jarina?
Is the group close enough to us at this point?
Yeah, they're beginning to make their way back. Over the course of the next 10 minutes, they're able to kind of make their way back to you. And Galen, if you want, you're able to pick up the remnants of that smashed vial if you want to.
Yeah, and I'd like to get the dagger he threw down when I stabbed him.
Oh, the dart? Yeah, it's right there with that stuff. So not a problem. Especially since you have the dancing lights immediately over the area where you hit him.
While Squall and I are waiting for the group to come back, I tell him about the black handprint and how we saw the same mark on the cow and what I saw Roderick do when I was close to him and the other guys while they were fighting the hooded figures.
Okay.
We need to tell everybody as soon as possible.
All right. Yeah, that's makes sense.
All right. So the rest of you make your way back. As they do, Jarina and Squall, you can see that the group has come back. They look a little deflated, but apparently also have 2 large dogs with them.
You know what, Rowan? You can have them both. I already have enough to take care of with the Spot.
Where the hell did the dogs come from?
Yeah,
Jarina,
seriously.
check him out. We have new mastiffs. Come pet.
The dogs came from the robe of useful things. I was using them to see if we could catch that asshole.
Who's a useful puppy? You're a useful puppy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Both of the dogs just look at you, Sora, and start whining.
You're scaring them.
They're whining at Sora, not me.
Yeah, that's... Just come here, boys.
I was addressing Rowan because
Puppies, puppies.
they're like, "Mama, help me!"
I look around. Where's Maya? And I
She,
call out her name.
yeah, she's beginning to make her way back, and she just flies over and kind of lands on your shoulder.
I kind of like give her like a little head hug, and I take out the last weasel body that I have and give it to her to nom nom on.
Oh yeah, she immediately and begins eating it.
And then I take this moment to let everybody know about what I saw Roderick do. But I wanted to ask you a question, DM. Did it look similar to how when I do like my inflict wounds or like any of my necromancy style spells?
Make an Arcana check for me.
16.
16. You're not 100% sure what it is, but as near as you can figure, it's some kind of magic that seems that, if you had to guess, especially considering what you saw, is able to drain life from a creature and possibly give it to another.
I relay that to everybody.
That sounds terrible.
It's a good thing he didn't touch you guys.
Yeah.
Well, we need.
I'm gonna go get a cart from the orchard, and we can load up the bodies and the prisoners.
Wait. We should probably put the myriad bodies not with the group of these bodies.
Why don't we put them together? And are you trying to hide the fact that they're myriad?
Yes, because I think the Empire's not going to do anything if they see this then.
All right. Sora, can you barbecue them again? Maybe hide the tattoos?
Wait, Sora, do you know any way of speaking to dead people? Because if we know, because I've heard that there are ways of doing that, but and if you know how to do that, maybe we can figure out where they went.
I unfortunately don't, and I can't use my I can't use my dragon's breath until I've rested for a short while.
I understand.
Takes time to build up the gases.
Okay. So you begin to kind of gather the bodies together, Rowan. Easy enough. You're able to find a cart. There's nobody around, and it's the middle of the night. But you're able to.
The people who were at the apple orchard, were they still keeping watch, or they went to bed?
You don't see anybody. If you can check if you like.
No, that's okay. I just need a cart.
Okay. Yeah, you find one easy enough. It's not big by any measure, but you'll definitely need someone or something to pull the cart. Without anything on it, you can easily pull it, but you're going to be putting bodies on it, so it's going to get heavy.
Well, I can have a short rest and then turn into a draft horse. I mean, that's no big deal.
Okay. All right, so you bring it over. Just as a reminder, because it has been 2 weeks since the last time we got together, you did find a bunch of stuff, Galen, on one of the hooded figures that you have not done anything with yet.
I know. All right, so he goes to Leah. He says, Leah, I found something in Thieves' Camp that you might want to see, but let's tie up and put away the bodies here. Do we still have that hole?
We still have the portable hole, but I don't want I don't know, the Empire knowing I have that.
No. I mean, putting the myriad bodies in there and then bringing the Empire.
Let's just bring them the myriad bodies and just act stupid like we don't know what the hell they are.
I think we can do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
I think.
agree.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. So once we're done putting away the bodies, Galen will give Leah the note.
Okay. So just as a reminder, altogether, you have 10 bodies. Okay. 6 of them are the hooded figures, and 4 of them. Actually, no. I'm sorry. Yeah. 4 of them are the tattooed figures, the ones that you helped.
I have an extra one in my portable hole too that I'm just gonna put on the wagon.
Okay. You're only gonna fit maybe 8 on the wagon, on the cart. The cart is made for hauling barrels and bushels of apples, not necessarily bodies. So you could try to fit the other bodies on if you want. It will slow you down a little bit, but you can definitely try.
Let's do that.
Do you think at this point we could ask some of the townsfolk for help, since we are in the middle of a bunch of farms?
I think we can take a short rest and then we'll be fine. You don't want to go wake up the people in the middle of the night and get attacked because they think we're the brigands.
Okay.
Okay.
One last thing. Once all the bodies are up, I think it would be a good idea to put a tarp over this, because if we start wheeling a wheelbarrow full of dead people, we might raise suspicion. Should we put a tarp?
We have that wonderful badge of glory or whatever they gave us to show that we're on official crown business.
Yeah.
You know what we get?
I just want to remind everybody that we do still need to go to both farms to have them sign off that we've done the job.
Well, after our short rest, it should be dawn. Everyone on a farm gets up at dawn, right? Okay.
Okay. So you begin to stack the bodies in the carts. You're gonna take a short rest here. Okay. You begin to take your short rest, trying to piece together exactly what happened here. And with that, we are going to take our break. So we will be back in a bit, and we will see what happens on the second part of this adventure. So we will see you in a few. Take care. Hello, and we are back. Alrighty, so you've all taken your short rest. You can actually roll your hit dice to get hit points back if you need it. If you have any skills or abilities that return after a short rest, those come back as well. And you are currently still in this kind of glade, this kind of open area. Bodies stacked up on the apple cart. Looks a little precarious, but as long as you go slow going, you should be able to be okay with it.
What happened to our prisoner?
He's still tied, as far as I know.
Okay, so but we have him. Can we get that last body out of the orchard that was pretty much chunky salsa?
You'd have to go back to the orchard.
Yeah. Well, we have to go back to the orchard and the farm anyway when the sun comes up.
Okay, it's going to be a couple hours before you actually, before the sun actually comes up. So you definitely have some time. So what would you like? What would you like to do, either during or after your long rest?
I am going to put a blanket over this very suspicious wheelbarrow full of bodies.
Okay.
It's a cart, not a wheelbarrow.
Okay.
There's a difference.
Absolutely.
Okay, I guess I thought in my head. Never mind.
Yeah.
Carts have 4 wheels. Wheelbarrows have 3.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
And are much smaller. And are much smaller.
Galen, you got any more of that drink?
which one?
I don't know, whatever you gave me before. It tasted, it burned, but it tasted good.
I give her one of the Trostons, one of 3.
Okay. It's beer. It's lager. It's pretty good.
Okay.
I
Not a
think
rattler, but it's good.
we can travel up the road, right? I mean, and wait for wait for the farm to start waking up, or is that going to be weird just sitting outside the farm?
No, I think we could wait.
All right.
Okay.
So Rowan decides now is the time to wild shape and pull the cart.
Okay. So Rowan, you wild shape. Somebody lashes Rowan to the cart so she can actually begin pulling it. And Rowan, as you begin pulling it, it is very heavy. You have stacked.
I'm a draft horse, baby.
Yeah, but you stacked up 10 bodies in this cart. So,
They don't call it horsepower for nothing.
Right. So let's take a look at draft horse. Let's see. Okay. Yep. So it is heavy. I need you to make a strength check as your draft horse. So generally speaking, a draft horse can pull about 1,000 pounds. You are definitely over 1,000 pounds of dead weight. Literal dead weight.
Looks like it's time for fantasy math.
Fantasy math, fantasy math.
Stop. Okay, strength is +4. How?
So roll d20.
If you roll strength, it should automatically add it all.
7.
7. So you all watch Rowan begin to strain as she begins pulling this cart. And you watch as the cart, you hear the wood begin creaking and cracking. And then it lurches forward slightly. And then you hear and the actual connection from the horse to the cart, you watch the wood snap and break. As you're looking, you're at about almost 2,000 pounds on an apple cart. So you were lucky that the cart itself didn't actually break, but it's on its way. This is not meant for this much weight. A normal cart, a normal regular cart, which is what this is, can hold upwards between 250 to 300 pounds. There's almost 2,000 pounds in here.
Why didn't we just put some of the bodies in the portable hole?
Because I don't want the Crown's Guard knowing I have a portable hole.
You mean...
Rowan says to the group.
I don't speak horse. I'm sorry, Rowan. And I just pat her on the head.
She looks at you like she'd really like an apple right now, Jarina.
I look in my pockets and I don't got an apple, so...
I have an idea. Why don't we go to the farmers and see if they can haul the bodies back and just have the Crown's Guard come out? We have to go to the farmers anyway to have them sign off.
Okay, for the cart.
Okay.
And I still have hold of our prisoner.
So question. Considering that you haven't gagged him and he's still kind of like, what have you done with him?
I've given him some water, or at least tried to.
He spit it out in your face.
Gross. Okay. Then I take one of my rags and I just shove it in his mouth.
Okay. Make a medicine check for me, please.
16.
16. It is probably like right at the last moment where you realize shoving a rag in the mouth of someone who has no lips and a cutout tongue, probably not the best idea. And as you run over realizing this, you can see that he has choked out on this rag and is now dead. He was only at 1 hit point to begin with. But you realize, you know, if the rag gets in there, a normal person would be able to kind of push it out with its tongue. Probably didn't have much of a chance to do that, considering he had no tongue.
Was it like cut out or like just ripped out?
It looks like it was cut out violently.
Don't revive him, Jarina. I don't think anyone's gonna get anything out of him.
I don't think I could at this point. He's already dead.
Oh yeah, he's dead. Like he's not breathing. He's dead.
He's just as much dead weight as that whole cart.
So what's the plan, guys?
I say we sleep. And then
let's go get this signed off on. Let the farmers know that they're safe.
Not
And-
They're all asleep.
Well,
You
know
you gather, you have maybe 3 or 4 hours before sunrise. So if you wanted to take a long rest, you could. It's up to you.
Yeah, I could cook up the rest of that fox that I caught.
I don't want to stay here and wait for the myriad to come back. I don't know about you guys.
I don't speak horse.
Nay, 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 nay.
Sounds like a long rest. Sounds good to me.
All right.
I'll
This
cook
horse-
some food.
Our horse friend here seems a bit disgruntled, but I don't speak horse, so.
Leah?
Leah?
I think we should finish out the night here in case there's another attack because we were hired to complete a job and one of our guys did get away.
True.
Okie dokie.
All right. So long rest it is. So you actually begin to make camp after your long rest, or during your long rest. You could have done that too, and begin to kind of make your camp there. And is there anything
As
anyone
far
would like
away
to
from
do?
the bodies, as far away from the bodies as possible.
Is that the consensus of everybody?
At least keep them in line of sight.
Yeah, line of sight and downwind.
Sure.
Okay. So you go a little further away from the bodies. You begin making your camp for the evening. Is there anything that anybody would like to do during the beginning of the long rest or towards the rest? Leah.
We need to set up watch.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay.
Who doesn't have dark vision that wants to sit with me?
I'll volunteer for watch. Is that what we're doing? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I don't have dark vision.
Okay, so me and Squall for the first.
Okay. Sora and Squall. Who's second? Second watch?
Phoebe and me.
Alrighty. And third watch. Rowan, Leah, and Galen. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so Sora and Squall, you take first watch. So Sora.
Oh, I have the dogs with me, so they're probably
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they've just been kind of following you around, just watching you. So make let's see. I will say Squall, you can make a perception check at disadvantage, or you can assist Sora. And then Sora, you can your dogs can roll perception checks with advantage as well because of their keen hearing and smell.
Theirs was a +4, right?
+3, I believe.
I'm going to let the dogs and Sora be the perceivers. I will stand firmly on moderate alert for any need.
Gotcha. All right, so Sora roll. It's +3 for the dogs, so they get advantage, and then Squall's giving you advantage, Sora, so you can roll with advantage as well.
Nat 20 for the dog.
Okay.
$14 for me.
All right. So over the course of your watch, you both are a little on edge, considering everything that's just happened. And there's a cart full of bodies, maybe like 60 feet away from you. But outside of that, the dogs don't seem to be riled up or perturbed. They do seem very, very attentive, just kind of sitting there, sniffing at the air, looking around. Any little rustle of the leaves, even if it's just the wind blowing, they instantly look. But outside of that, your watch comes to a close without much of an issue. Is there anything either of you want to do during your watch before it ends?
Yeah, I want to ask Squall if there's anything that I should know that I haven't been told.
No?
Concerning the myriad and the dragonborn egg that
You guys, you know as much as I do.
okay. All right. Well, then I'm gonna go and rest and see if I can't shake this anger.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Phoebe and Jarena, you're woken up for your shift. Sara, Squall, and Sara's new dogs all lay down and take their rest. So you both can roll perception checks, or one of you can roll with advantage as the other helps.
How do you want to do it? I'm okay with rolling separately. Okie dokie.
Okay, what'd you get?
13.
13. And Phoebe?
17.
Okay. You both kind of watching the cart, also watching around, making sure that no other intrusions or individuals show up. Towards the end of your shift, the sun has now begun to rise. As a full 8-hour rest will probably put you all up, waking up and fully rested by noon of the next day. So by the time you finish up your watch, the sun has now risen. It is fully in the sky. And you wake up Rowan, Leah, and Galen for their last watch.
Look how cute the puppies are.
They're kind of
snoring away.
Yeah, they're kind of snoring right next to Sora. So since there are 3 of you on watch, all of you make a perception check for me, individually. All right, Leah, what'd you get?
I rolled a 10 plus 6, 16.
16. Okay, Galen.
Hold on. All right, 20 non-natural, and that was an advantage because the sun is up.
Yep. Okay. Rowan.
11.
11. So it is now, as you're waking up, it is now daytime. Like the sun is fully out, and you realize, oh yeah, we went to bed very late, so our party's rest is not going to be completed by the until noon or around noonish. And you begin to kind of like, look around, and it's good because you now have a clear sight with the sun up all around you. And for most of your watch, it goes through without any issue. But right around the end, Galen, you hear it first, and then Leah, you hear it a few moments after Galen does. You can hear some rustling coming out of the forest line. Can't see what it is just yet, but you definitely hear what sound like voices.
His disguise is up. Galen's disguise.
Okay.
I wake up the rest of the party.
Okay. So you wake up the rest of the party. Is there anything you guys are doing to prepare, or just waking everybody up?
Waking everyone up, breaking camp, and getting ready for a battle if it's coming out of the woods.
Hoorah.
I'm giving the dog some jerky. I'm chewing on a piece myself, and yeah.
Enough rest or full rest?
You're about an hour's away from a full rest.
I'm grabbing my shield and my staff.
Well, since we've all been woken up, why not make use of this animal farm we have and find them before they find us?
Okay. Jarina?
I'm gonna wake Maya up. I'm sorry to wake you up, but there's something in the woods. Can you fly up ahead and see if you could find them? I'll give you a fish after. Come on, help me.
Make a persuasion check.
Call her an asshole.
21, not natural.
All right. She kind of arches her back, stretching a bit, stretches out her wings. She kind of snaps at your hand, not actually biting your hand, but she just snaps at it. And then she kind of gets up and she flies into the direction that you kind of tell her that she should go. And about a minute later, you hear, "Was ist this? Oh, what is that? Oh my God, it's a dragon! Run! And you hear 3 people screaming and yelling, running away from all of you.
I'd like to ask Sora if her mastiff. Are your mastiffs just for show?
No.
Okay.
Leave Daisy and Poppy out of this.
Because
I tell the dogs who I refuse to call Daisy and Poppy,
Okay.
to go check it out.
Make
They're exhausted from that run.
an animal handling check for me.
It looks like they're too tired still from the night before. I rolled a 3.
A 3. As you kind of tell them that, they both kind of look at you and like, and then they just kind of lay their heads back down on their paws and begin to kind of snooze again. But yeah, you can hear what sounds like actually like 2 women and a man screaming and just running away from the area.
I start walking towards them.
Right. Oh, they're booking it. Like they're booking it. Like
Oh,
you
they're
can.
booking it? Oh.
Yeah, they're running, and as you get to the clearing area, you can see like from behind. You can see them from behind, but it looks like just like 3 people, possibly from the farm. And then you kind of look down and you can see the cart trail from when Rowan pulled a cart from the farm is clearly down at your feet, and you just kind of look, and you just look down, and the impression you get is that they probably was trying to find out what happened to their cart, and they followed the cart and were promptly attacked by a dragon.
Damn it, Maya!
I tell the group that it's the farmers. They tracked us, and Maya spooked them.
Maya comes flying back. She lays down. She just kind of looks at you and is like,
Fine, but I didn't want you to scare them. I just wanted to know where they were. And I shoved the small fish in her mouth.
and then
Go back to sleep.
she curls back up and goes back to sleep. Yeah, you guys have not completed your long rest. You still have an hour.
Even though we had a short rest before?
Yes. No, you will not get the benefits of a long rest until that hour is complete.
Guys, go back to sleep.
Okay. Well, you were on watch, so you're gonna go back to sleep. Okay. So.
No, I'm not going back to sleep. I'm telling them to go back to sleep.
Oh, okay. All right. So the rest of you realizing that you probably just scared some poor farmers who were looking for their cart, but you're not in you don't seem like any immediate danger. You take the next hour to complete your long rest. You now have taken your long rest and have the benefits of such long rest. And as you wake and begin to break your camp and finish eating and such, you now have the dilemma of the broken cart full of bodies and what to do next. Galen.
During the long rest and before the settlers and farmers got spooked, I give Leah the note that the hooded figure had.
Okay. Well, there's two pieces of paper. One
I
is.
give her.
You give her both of them?
Yes.
Okay. So. Oh, excuse me.
Bless you.
Bless
Wow.
you.
Wow. Excuse me.
That was.
That was strong.
The power of Christ compels you.
All right. So there's two pieces of paper. Leah, he hands you two pieces. One is folded, and then the other one seems to be like crumpled into a ball. Galen, as you're pulling them out to give them to Leah, your hand brushes over the basically like the circlet, the torque, with the two dragons, and it's warm in your hand. You kind of brush past it, but it's warm.
I didn't take that.
You left it on the body?
Yeah, I left that there because he didn't know if it was some magical bullshit.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if you left it there, Jarina found it. So Jarina,
Yes.
when you were initially investigating the bodies, on what was the caster, you did find what looks like a metal braided torque around his neck, and it looks like red gold, like reddish gold, and at the very tips of it are two dragon heads, and it was warm in your hand. Like warmer than, not so much that it would burn you, but like there's just like a steady warmth to it.
Gotcha. What do I put that in my inventory as?
For right now, you can call it a. Well, actually, if you wanted to, since we're kind of like, since you were the one that initially found it, if you wanted to, you could spend some time with it during the long rest or even during your watch, and try and figure out what it is.
I would
Or
like to do that.
or you have a wizard that can identify stuff, so it's completely up to you.
She's sleeping while I'm doing my watch, so I'll just attune to it.
Okay. So figuring it out, you can put it in your inventory as a D-torque, as it's called a torque of blasting. Just TORQUE of blasting.
So it came in blasting.
Do I have to put that in as a custom item?
No, it should be something that you can pull up. If you don't see it, just let me know.
Yeah, I only see a circlet of blasting and a horn of blasting.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just double
And
check.
blasting powder.
I'm just gonna check real quick. Hold on a second.
Sure.
All right. Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing up. It's basically a circlet of blasting, but it's a torque, so you can put it in there for now, and then we'll adjust it later. It's not a problem.
Okie dokie, done.
Okay. It's just an aesthetic thing. It goes around the neck instead of the head. Gotcha. So, alrighty. So, so Leah, you get these pieces of paper. Which one do you open first?
I'd like it to be assumed that I have my gloves on all the time.
Okay.
If that's okay, because I don't trust any of this shit.
Sure. So which one do you want to look at first? The crumpled up one or the folded one?
I'm going to look at the crumpled up one first because it seems like they were trying to hide something.
Okay. So you open it up. And I just messaged you what it says in Discord.
Now, how do I access that? Because every time I do it, the whole thing shuts down.
You should see in the upper left-hand corner what looks like yeah. You see it?
That was easy. Thank you.
Yeah. And it's very clearly written in Thieves' Cant. But you're able to, after a good 5 minutes of looking at it and reading it, you figure out what it says.
While she's looking at it, I intensely look to see if she's deciphering it or how she's reading it.
As you watch her, she's just reading it. She's not writing anything down or anything. She's just looking at it. Oh,
hey, what
okay.
you got there?
I want to read the other one.
Okay. So you read the other one. This one is folded up. This one seems to be taken. It looks like there's more care to this one. The one that's crumpled up also, as you look at it, it looks like it was ripped. Like they tried to rip it apart or rip it up. That's why you can only see some of it. But the other one is folded, and as you unfold it, I just sent you what it says. And yeah, Galen, you're trying to kind of figure out what method she's using to decipher it. And she's using the power of reading.
As we stare intensely at Leah.
Yeah.
Well, never mind.
So the screaming in the distance has subsided at this point. You don't hear it anymore, but you still have to figure out what you want to do with these bodies, how you're going to get them to the actual to both of the farms where you have to get your writ signed off on.
Well, I did suggest that we just go to the farmers and let them know the bodies are out here. I can leave the dogs here to guard the bodies until we get back.
we should probably have people here. I don't doubt your dog's abilities. I just think people here would be a good idea as well. We can at least send 1 or 2 people down to the farms and ask if they have a bigger cart for us to push.
Well, we can get the Crown's Guard to come and get the bodies if they want them. We don't have to bring all the bodies.
You have to
Yeah,
show
but-
them proof.
Portable hole.
We don't need to take the bodies with us. We're not in the cemetery business. We were just supposed to take care of the problem. They can take care of the cleanup.
Truth.
I'm just
I would like.
saying it's just easier to carry. That's all.
And they do
Rather than
look
back
for-
and forth.
We don't want to leave all these bodies here for the farmers to deal with.
Listen, honestly, they would know what to do with them better than we would. So, regardless, bringing them the bodies is the same thing as them coming to get the bodies or make a pyre out of them or what have you.
Well, we needed to come back with proof. We at least bring 1 body, because that's a form of proof, or just tell the guard.
Well, that's why I said we tell the Crown Guard that the bodies are out here,
Okay.
and we let the farmers know.
Okay.
I don't think that's a good idea because I think the Myriad's going to come back and try to get rid of everything. All
The
the
body
evidence.
with the tattoos. The one that
Yes,
isn't
the bodies with
burned
the
to-
tattoos.
The one
that
that
aren't-
isn't burned to a crisp.
Yeah, they're going to try to get rid of the evidence. So, and I think it's too dangerous to leave all this evidence right here.
That's why I
Sorry,
said-
making things complicated, but we can just ask the farmers to get a cart and a horse, a big one.
That's why I said we should probably put the tattooed bodies in the portable hole so that we don't have more evidence pointing to us. And then we can properly dispose of those bodies.
What do you guys want to do? You want to get rid of the? I mean, it's obviously 2 factions that we're fighting. We can't just have the black robed ones.
The Empire might do something about these black robe guys. They're probably not going to do anything with the tattooed guys.
So I believe we're overcomplicating this process. Let's just bring the bodies back, and what we don't need, we simply get rid of after the fact. We do have a portable hole for a reason.
I thought the reason was merely aesthetics, but
There's a 10-foot drop to the portable hole, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we have the rope of climbing.
So you're going to just keep going back and forth with all these dead bodies in and out of the hole? Because we're not showing it to everybody that we have this portable hole. They will rob us.
No,
It's 10 feet. If we drop the bodies into the portable hole, there won't be much more damage than what's already been done to them.
It's not the damage, it's the weight. Who's going to be carrying dead bodies up and down that are probably poisonous?
I'll wait here with the bodies if you guys just go get the farmers, show them the proof, get everything signed off. Okay?
All right then.
I'll stay with Rowan.
Thank you.
me too.
Okay, so who's doing what now?
I'm staying with Rowan.
Wait, not all of us should
That's-
stay with Rowan.
Yeah, that's
Actually-
I
like
know, but I
half
need
the
to walk
group.
away from all this.
Phoebe, weren't you one of the people who originally picked up the job?
Yeah.
So maybe you should come.
I. Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
So Rowan, me, and Galen are gonna stay with the cart. Leah, Phoebe, Sora, Squall go back to the farms to get help.
And again, to be clear, the help we're getting is help to carry corpses.
Yes.
And hopefully cover them.
I do have a blanket. How much is the blanket actually covering? Is it covering nothing, or is it just like?
It's covering a decent amount. I mean, it's not covering a stack of 10 bodies, but it's covering up the bodies, like the first 2 bodies on top.
I would just wash that after.
I'm just gonna burn it.
Why don't we just skin one of them and take the skin of the tattoos?
I already have skin from one of the pirates.
Can Rowan draw the tattoos?
Yeah, I'll draw
Actually,
them.
that's a good idea.
I actually did a couple of times, but I'll draw these guys too.
Yeah, when we put them in the portable hole, DM, it doesn't weigh anything, does it?
It weighs as much as a handkerchief.
Yeah. So
We can put them in a portable hole and just.
It
yeah.
would just be carrying them out of the portable hole.
She's just
10 feet.
lifting a body. So it's just
I
lifting a
don't-
body with a rope.
I don't want the Crown's Guard knowing I have a portable hole.
Yeah, but what we're saying is,
And that sounded really bad, but I don't I don't know how else to say it.
I don't think it sounds too bad. Sounds reasonable.
It's up to you. What do you guys want to do?
I was just saying, put the myriad in there so that there's no more evidence going towards us. But
What we're gonna do is bring a cart full of bodies to the Crown's Guard. What they figure, who they are, it's up to them. It's not on
But
us.
we don't know anything.
We just know we saw brigands fighting wizards and we killed them all. The
All
end.
right, okay. Hold on. You guys are all over the place. Let's clear some stuff up. Okay? 1. Because I just want to make sure you know. All right? The job specifically was for roving bandits to take care of an issue with roving bandits outside of the wall near these farms. Okay? You were told to bring evidence that the deed was done. You weren't told what kind of evidence. You were just asked to bring evidence. 3, you were also asked to get the signatures of the people from the farms to show that you spoke with them and that you actually they were part of the investigation. There was no mention that you had to bring them proof that anything was done. The only proof that needed to be brought was back to the King's Hall that you accomplished the task of taking care of these roving bandits. The
I
end.
know.
So that was the job. Okay? So based on that information, because it has been a while, so based on that information and knowing that, hopefully that will help you decide what to do next. Because you guys are all over the place. You got to figure out what you're doing. Take it one step at a time, guys.
I'm gonna watch the stack of bodies. Somebody else is gonna get a cart from the farmers and hopefully help from the farmers.
Before I leave, I go, heads do weigh less than bodies, by the way.
This whole thing's such a mess.
Leah would like to ask a question. Those letters were taken from the Myriad?
No, they were taken from the caster.
At the hoods.
Mm-hmm.
We have a serious problem, and I relay the entire wording of the message to the whole group, specifically looking at Squall and never taking my eyes off of him.
Okay. They can't see it, so you should read it to them.
Yeah, I'm going to read the whole thing to them,
Okay.
Okay.
word for word. Oh, I have to read it. I'm sorry.
Like-
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I lost the little thing that said there was a message.
It should be on the
In the
top
in the
left.
top left corner, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the very first button.
What happened?
She left chat.
We
How
left
did she-
we lost someone.
Oh,
I didn't
sorry.
mean to do that.
Oh, that was Sarah this
What'd
time.
you
Okay.
do?
I don't know. I just moved my mouse.
And it just clicked.
Yeah, it should be my picture. It should be a picture of me in the top left corner still. You can click on it and then it should come up.
Yeah, the picture's gone.
No, my beautiful face. All right.
So in the top left corner, you should still see the Discord symbol where it says home, and then you should click on the home button, and then you should see the direct messages.
Yeah. And then you can click on my name.
Your picture's still not there, but the thing came back up, so
Okay.
I'm just going to read it from there.
Okay.
So the letter reads as follows. And we want to get in their good graces. Considering how far they are into the Empire territory, it is clear they have a lot of resources at their disposal, and it is best not to upset them. Inform everyone if they see the heir Genasi, and Leah gives Squall a look, and his companions, he is to be taken alive. Do what you wish with the others. Once we have him, just wait with him in the encampment outside Deadstock. They made it very clear that they will reach out to us. What?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's Diastock. Diastock.
Oh, Deastock.
Yeah.
Okay. They made it very clear that they will reach out to us if and when we have him. In quotation marks, your request for the 3 is denied, but there is something that will help you. Our scrying has indicated that the Genasi's men will be attempting to move the contraband very soon. They eluded us at Allfield, but there is no way they can elude us entering Zadash. Take as many as you need to complete your task. Kill the courier and the guard, destroy the contraband, and leave no evidence of our involvement. Make sure the Crown's Guard find the body so they begin more thorough investigations. This act should finally nail the lid on this coffin. Once complete, return to the fart for further instructions. That's exactly what it says.
Sure, it's not.
Who's the fart? It says fart.
Is it supposed to stay fart?
Yeah, it says the fart.
Okay.
That is not a typo.
So
Well.
Squall, you got contraband? I didn't know
Okay.
you were
So
smoking.
all right. So very clearly, those were 2 separate messages. The second one was the folded up one. The first one where it talked about the Air Genasi and his companions, that was the crumpled up one.
Right. Okay. Right, because I'm.
Do you know who these guys are?
No, I don't. Personally,
I wanna
no,
check if-
I can't say I'm expecting company, but I may be potentially being seen as, a pawn in a grand scheme of things. I don't. I may, or like I said, I'm slightly aware of potential, the potential of some unnamed, unsavory folk that may have an interest in my whereabouts, but I wasn't really given much more than that.
Who are they?
I don't know.
Well, maybe Uncle Leo can help us out.
And possibly the good folks that
Oh.
what the fart is.
Lord knows how useful Uncle Leo has been for us.
All he tells us is to wipe our own ass.
No, he teleports us everywhere. Hello.
Didn't he just teleport us like one place? Like
The place he wanted us to go, but he said he's going to help us with our missions.
he also basically told us to sod off a few times as well. Can't say
Yeah,
I
this is
believe he's
different.
trying to help us.
This is different.
Okay. Well, yeah. Listen, I'm not. I feel a little not in a position to waver from any assistance, but this seems a little bit more pressing than whether how we plan on lugging a couple of corpses, or if we even should at this point.
Yeah, let's focus on the corpse. Let's get the farmers, let's get the Crown's Guard, and let's get paid. And then we can talk about Squall.
Why don't we hide Squall?
I'm already covered. Actually, no. I should be. I don't have my mask yet. It's currently being worked on.
That dread helmet.
You want my
Yeah.
hood again?
I mean, like I'm already wearing like a hood. Like it's. I'm trying to stay somewhat concealed with my options, but that was the whole purpose of the mask. But I don't. I'm open to suggestions here, but I don't necessarily think I should be making showing face in town at this point. So maybe I should hang back if we're still doing that.
I think that sounds good. You shouldn't be here when the Crown's Guard come if they're looking for you.
True.
I don't think it's the Crown's Guard. I just think it's
No, the Crown's Guards would be looking for the body, which may tie to me. I think they're trying to use me as some sort of bait, or worse.
The letter mentioned the reach that these people have within the Empire, so the Crown's Guard may be compromised where it comes to you.
Mm-hmm.
They may be in on it, they may be aware of it, and they may be looking for you as well.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't done anything before.
So
Not
their plans might not fully been laid yet.
Or they're waiting for other people to kill us and not getting their hands dirty.
We need to get rid of these bodies, and there's 1,200 gold with our names on it. I think we should get this going.
Leah, I need you to make an insight check for me, please.
+2.
Very nice. So, the crumpled up piece of paper. That's the one that specifically says about the reach that some of these people have. That's looking for specifically for the Air Genasi, do what you want with the companions. That one was crumpled up. And the impression you got from that is that it possibly means that that's less important than the folded piece of paper that seemed to be meticulously folded and cared for about ambushing the men trying to get into Zadash with the contraband. So definitely one of those things is more important than the other.
Can we assume that the contraband is the Dragonborn egg?
Possibly.
So that would be the Myriad, the guys with the tattoos.
That's what it looks like, yeah. That they are the persons in question that were trying to be being ambushed. But outside of that, it's, you need more information. You don't have all of the pieces yet, but just kind of like based on the way these pieces of paper were treated, you can kind of figure out like what the priorities here of these hooded figures were.
Okay. Well, I still think we need to protect Squall, at least keep him out of sight from whoever, because we don't know who we can trust in any of these cities with regard to this nation.
Why don't we cover the bodies, send one person to get a Crown's Guard out here as proof, and then we get paid.
Why can't the farmers get a Crown's Guard? They would know who to go to first, no?
Yeah, that's a good idea too.
They killed last night. That's a plus.
Okay, so what's the plan, guys?
So who's going back to town? Because we've established not me at this point.
Sounds like me, you, Jarina, and Rowan are staying with the bodies with the Mastiffs, and then everybody else is going to the farm.
Get the signatures from the farmers.
Okay, so
And have them get a crown guard.
so Phoebe, and who else? Who's going with Phoebe? So Sora, and that's it. Just Phoebe and Sora.
Leah?
Okay.
Okay, so Phoebe, Sora,
Well,
and
don't get
Leah.
up.
All right. So, Phoebe, Sora, and Leah. You begin to make your way to the orchard, which is the farm closest to the location that you're at. As you begin making your way to the farm, it takes you about an hour getting through the forest, going through, but it's fairly easy to follow the tracks of the cart that Rowan brought. As you do, you get there and you can see that there are already a number of people kind of outside working. And there's like maybe about 3 or 4 people in front of like the large house, kind of like talking excitedly, and you can see their hands are moving around and talking in loud voices. As you come up, one of the individuals who comes up, and the older man, Rolf, comes up. He goes, "Oh, good. You hear the investigators? Yes. Listen. A wagon was stolen in the middle of the evening, and then there was this small baby dragon that attacked us when we went to find it. And you have to do something, because now we have the bandits, and now we have the dragon, and now the cart stealing. We don't understand what is going on. You need to help us, please."
Well, we took the cart after we took care of the bandits to try and see if we could actually gather the bodies and bring them for goodness knows why. And the dragon is actually one of our friends, and he I forget.
She was not happy. She was not happy to be woken up.
Yeah, she was just cranky. So we apologize on her behalf. How much was the wagon? We'll pay the cart. We'll pay for it.
It's very, very confused. Yes, and they kind of like they start talking to each other, in Zemnian. Do any of you speak Zemnian? No. Okay. So yeah, they start speaking to each other in Zemnian, and the older man just says, so that was our only cart. So why are you paying us money for it? It's the only one we have to get the apples, get the orders in and out of the city.
So that you can buy a new cart.
We are not getting it back?
It broke. And we would also suggest sending someone to get a crown guard. Who has the paper to verify the signature? Yeah.
All right. So he goes, I will get Sophie for you. He kind of walks off, goes into the building, comes back with you recognize Sophie. She's the owner of the orchard. She goes. So I am understanding that you took one of our carts in the evening, where it is now broken, and you wish to pay. I am very confused by all of this. I thought you were supposed to help us with the bandit problem.
Yes, we did not foresee the complications it would bring taking bodies back to the city.
You were using it for human remains?
Which is why we want to extend our apologies by allowing us to give you money to replace the cart.
Very well, but all right.
Again, this was not foreseen.
No, I understand, but this is all very unorthodox. But very well. Yeah, if you give us 25 gold pieces, that will more than make up for the loss of the cart.
I give her 40.
So, Danka, this is very. Thank you. And she kind of. Oh well, I am sorry that the cart broke on you. It's only made for
It's quite all right. If anything,
but
it's
this
probably the
we can
universe,
get the we can now get the
my group.
no we can get the bigger cart now. Thank you so much. Yeah, we appreciate it. Any luck with the? You said there were bodies, so you take care of the bandits.
Yes, we did. So
This is so good. That's good. Yeah. So that is wonderful. Thank you so much.
you're welcome. We just for the Crown's Guard, we do need someone to bring back one of the Crown's Guard, and we just need the signature for verification.
Well, I will of course sign whatever you need me to sign. But as far as the Crown's Guard, you can either possibly catch when they are doing patrol on the road, or you just go over to back into Zedesh to the wall. There should be a Crown's Guard there.
Well, the cart did break down, so we will wait for a Crown's Guard down the road. So thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, if you just make your way over to, I'm sure, I don't know what the patrol is, like how often, but, it's only an hour or two, depending, to get back to the city proper.
We are good on waiting.
Very well. So yeah. So you give her the paper, and she happily signs it, and she goes, well thank you again. We will actually be we're going to have to go buy a new cart now, but yeah, if we see Crown's Guard on the way, we will inform them, but there's no guarantee. I mean, Crown's Guard, they are what they are, so it's not guaranteed they will come. Yes, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. And she kind of starts excitedly starting to talk to the group of people, and you can see that they're starting to, like, a few of them start to get ready and begin to kind of make their way out of the farm proper and on their way back to Zedesh.
So I turn to Sora and I go, let's let the group know that they're making their way back into the city, and they will let a Crown's Guard know if they cross paths.
You still have another farm you have to go to, and that's about another hour away from where you are.
Okay. So let's do that.
Okay. You make your way over to the second farm. This one is the Oakwood Pastures. And as you get there, you can see there are a number of farm hands kind of like taking out hay and beginning to like bring out, cleaning out some areas, bringing fresh hay for some of the cows. One of them sees you and is younger man, seems to be maybe his early 20s, and he just kind of sees you and goes, yeah, can we help you?
Hi, we're the group that took care of the bandits.
I don't know. Do you want to see Bastion?
Yes.
Yeah, I get him for you. And he kind of runs off. Moment later, he comes. You see him again. This time, he's with the owner of the farm, Bastion. He kind of comes over and is kind of like stroking his mustache, and looks over and goes, yeah, the investigators. What can I do for you?
Yes, we took care of the bandits. We just need your signature for verification. We'll be on our way.
And he kind of looks. He goes, "Where are the rest of your friends?"
They had to gather proof of our finished deeds, so they are with the proof.
Yeah. So, what proof do you have for me that that you have taken this? I just have your word. Am I supposed to just take your word?
You can come and see the proof if you'd like. It's heavy to move.
You're not there? Oh, you're already there. You are
Yeah,
there.
yeah. She's with you.
Yeah, well, she didn't get up, so.
So he kind of looks. He looks at you, Leah, like a little. As you say this, he that kind of like demeanor of like, where's my proof? And you kind of say this, and he kind of shrinks back a little bit. He goes, what proof do you have? What do I need to come see?
We have the bodies.
Oh, so Phoebe, make a persuasion check with advantage because Leah just scared the shit out of him. By telling him you need to come see bodies. Not something that a farmer is usually told on a daily basis.
19.
19. He kind of looks at Leah, kind of like, kind of taken back a little. Looks at you, goes, just give me what you want me to sign. I will sign it. It's fine. I don't need to see bodies. It's okay.
Thank you. And I hand him the paper.
Yeah, and he signs it. And he goes, all right. So I really hope that the problem is taken care of. So thank you very much. I don't wish to see any more of my cattle destroyed or mutilated. So thank you.
You're quite welcome. We'll be on our way now.
All right, very well. He kind of turns around. And he goes and he starts yelling at the kid in Zemnian, and kid goes yeah, and he just runs off and continues to do his work. So what is next? Are you going to go to the main road and wait for a patrol, or are you going to make your way back to the city walls?
Let's head back to the group to let them know that the first group of farmers are going to the city, and hopefully they'll send a Crown's Guard our way, or we can wait in the road for a patrol. Any naysayers?
No, I agree. We should go back to the group.
Sounds good.
All right then. And
Okay.
then we get going.
All right. So you make your way back to the group. During this time, is there anything the rest of you, Team Body Watch, is there anything that you guys are doing while they are going from farm to farm?
I'm gonna spar with Galen.
I'm gonna quietly ponder what the actual F is going on and why it involves me, but silently to myself. And does anything come to mind?
All right. Squall, make an insight check for me.
14.
14. 14. Okay. I am sending you what you recall and think might actually be the thoughts of what the hell's going on.
This is Squall thinking time.
Mhm.
This is what this is.
Conspiracy theory squall.
Yeah.
Hey, Squall, I have a question.
And I'm just sitting there in thought. And what is it? Sorry, I was a
You're-
little distracted.
How many Genasi do you know?
Not Many.
I'm sorry if this is a rude question. What was your mentor? Whom you've mentioned before.
Hold on, I should have that information in my player sheet. Double check. Again.
Deep in thought. Deep in thought.
Deep in thought. Deep in thought. Okay, alright. Alright. This back. Nope.
Squall's just sitting there mumbling to himself.
Yeah, so I'm just
What is he, like,
Jarena, you're getting the impression that Squall's not really a thinker, and that it's a little like it takes a lot of effort for him to really put thoughts together and verbalize things. Like, definitely man of action, absolutely clutch in a battle, absolutely able to fight, but in those quiet moments, he almost doesn't seem to know what to do with himself. And questions, even if they seem very simple to you, seem very tough and complex to him.
Very airheaded.
Yes, actually.
I'm not stereotyping. It's just what he is. He's just
It's
full of
true.
air.
I'm very. It's like genuinely, I have an aloof nature outside of combat. Like I don't typically engage in this kind of thinking, and okay, I don't think it says what. I can't find where it would describe my mentor. I'm looking at my.
Well, what do you want to tell her?
She asked what my mentor is, like what race my mentor is. I would know this.
Yeah, you know exactly what he is. He's exactly what Galen is.
He's a drow. He's a drow.
Yeah, he's a drow.
It's a jackal.
Yeah, which again is not secretive information, because again I was around a lot of drow.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not many Air Genasi where I was raised, but
Gotcha. I only ask because from what Leah said, it said the Genasi's men and courier. It makes it sound like either they're trying to say you're in charge of the whole thing or another Genasi.
well, it's possible that they view me as someone in charge because of my stature from where I'm from. And in all fairness, and I mean no disrespect, you guys don't exactly seem qualified as leaders in our group. So they may just be making assumptions. I still can't seem to. I still really don't know what to make of all this, but I imagine it's related to, a small altercation that I found myself in upon leaving, my hometown. But I truthfully cannot put names to faces in this endeavor, so I'm just.
Wait, Squall.
Mm-hmm.
Were you a soldier in the Kreen dynasty?
Yeah.
Did you desert?
No, actually. I was given a leave. To my knowledge, I left on good terms and good merits, although again, my stature makes me somewhat of a hot commodity.
And you said you are from the capital, so you could be filled with information that may not seem useful to you, but to everyone else.
It's possible. Granted, I wasn't given a lot of information or real warning, or I again was kind of told to be on my guard and to be alert for potential villainous activity, but I again, I don't really have much more than that. No
The
names.
Kreen
no thing-
themselves are not looking for you, though, right?
No, no.
It's this other clandestine weird group.
Yeah, and again, they're supposedly people that want to assist me as well. Again, it's very weird. Like I don't know. Like I'm kind of just, you know, it's one big adventure.
Well,
To be clear, and again to be forward, I was given leave to seek out my mentor. I was left with, and I have no obligation to return home. And I have no pressing matter to attend to. This is a part of my pilgrimage. All I know is there may be people out, and they clearly are people out to obtain me for some sort of personal gain, a pawn in a greater scheme that I really truly know nothing about.
What was your mentor's name?
Boudre. But does that name ring a bell?
Not even a little.
No.
None of you have heard that name before.
And I don't even know if my mentor is even alive. So, which is why there really is no urgency behind my motivation to be with this animal circus.
Well, you can split yourself into two people, so I guess that would be useful to people with malicious motivation.
Yeah, I mean, would I know how secretive that capability is? Like, how many people really know what an Echo Knight is capable of? Because I know we are not very popularized.
outside of the Kreen dynasty and any survivors of battles, which are very rare, with an Echo Knight, most people in the Empire have never heard of them, have no idea what they are.
Okay. So it's possible. So thinking that in my head, it's possible that they may not even know what kind of power I possess. They just know me for my stature and my origins. And it's probably best, as I've been advised in the past, that I try to keep said power out of the conversation of the living.
All right.
So cool.
All of you continue. I will be right back.
So
speak amongst yourselves.
I truly,
I don't know if I like that.
Well,
when
hopefully...
the DM gets up,
he's gone. Let's metagame.
He didn't even give us a topic. A chickpea is neither a chick nor a pea. Discuss.
Right. So, individually, yeah, that's really. I was, again, to be descriptive, I was told and I was captured briefly before I left and was given a bit of an interrogation, but again, without faces, nothing more than silhouettes and people speaking with aggression in my direction. Was I told that people would be watching me, and that was it. And they told me that's it. That's all I knew, and I couldn't squeeze anything else out of them before they knocked me out and tossed me back out my ass. I truthfully thought nothing of it, because again, perhaps my cushy upbringing left me a bit more confident.
You
than
thought
I imagined.
nothing of being captured and then thrown back out in the street?
I didn't exactly feel entirely threatened. These men could have killed me and didn't seem to have that desire. So it might have been a passive aggressive. They seemed as though they also wanted to assist me. It was a very strange conversation. I was just at a
You're-
disadvantage of being tied up and, rush a sack over my head. But that's neither here nor there for me.
Were you well liked?
I
amongst the
wasn't. I wasn't what you would call popular. I was a soldier, and I was nothing more than I was groomed to be a soldier. That's it. I wouldn't exactly say that I was the talk of the town either. Would people have known of me? Maybe, but again, more because of what my upbringings were. But again, I don't have any. I can't imagine. I have nothing else that, no information that I've kept from you. It's just, and I don't exactly feel threatened by these men either. Like they haven't exactly been giving us much of trouble. They've been trying to avoid us better with more success than actually doing any harm to us. And it could be the Myriad, or it could be something entirely different.
It's a mystery.
As you finish up this conversation, Leah, Phoebe, and Sarah return to the group, informing you what they've done, that they have acquired said signatures, and that the farmers didn't have any other carts. In fact, you took the only one that they had, and Phoebe did pay for a new one. And that they were going to go into Zadash and let the guards know, but there was no guarantee that the guards would show up.
Cool.
So
Now
based,
what?
yeah. So based on that, what would you guys? What's the next step of your plan here? Hunt down a Crown's Guard and during a patrol, or make your way to Zadash?
We should go to Zadash. I don't think anybody's coming out here.
How long have we waited?
I would say you having the conversation all together, kind of planning it out. Probably another hour or two goes by
How long does it take to get to Zadash and back?
from where you're at. Make a survival check.
I rolled a 20 plus 3, 23.
From where you're at currently, probably about 2.5 to 3 hours leisurely. If you were at a kind of a picked up pace, probably an hour and a half.
Well, the cart is broken and it takes approximately 2 hours to get back, so let's wait another hour, and if they don't come, then we'll figure a way to get back to Zadash.
Just put some of the bodies in the portable hole. Let's just get the hell out of here.
Well, I only suggest this so we don't waste our time bringing all these bodies back with a broken cart.
How about we bring the body with the shriveled up black hand on his face, because that matches the cows, and then we bring back one of the Myriad bodies with the tattoo.
That makes sense. That's a good idea.
You mean the brigands, whom we don't know what organization they work for?
Yeah, these random guys with tattoos all over their bodies that we know nothing about.
Alright,
We
then.
found dead in the woods already by the guys with the burnt faces.
They killed each other, yeah.
So,
The Myriad was already dead. We just found them.
We don't know that they're Myriad, though.
Brigands.
Wink, wink.
so
For the
question-
sake of our conversation,
the question stands then: do we want to bring the bodies back, or do we want to take the heads and a tattoo?
Bodies in the hole.
Yeah.
Just always
Tomato,
take them out outside of town, but not too far so nobody sees.
Alright, that works. Whatever's more convenient for you all.
So you're taking only the 2 bodies. And what are you doing with the rest? You just leaving them there?
We should
Wait,
cover
can you
them.
burn them?
We should cover them with brush so they're not stolen back by other brigands or other casters and interviewed. Or you could just throw them all in the hole.
Or we
You
could
just dump the whole cart in the hole.
or we could just have a couple of people stay here again.
We're not doing that. Let's just get the hell out of here.
Right, so as you're all kind of arguing with each other of what to do, and some of you are holding bodies, and some of you are just like, yeah, what are you doing? Can't we burn them? As this is all going on, you hear a voice come out from the brush. Hi, who goes there? What's going on? And you see 4 Crownsguard, kind of on horses, making their way through the brush. And they come and they see Squall and Jarena holding a body. And then there is a cart full of bodies. And they immediately, as they're kind of looking at it, slowly begin to draw their swords.
We're
dropped my
hired
body.
swords.
Tell them that the star thing that we have that gave us permission to be there.
Well, it was a writ. It was a writ, yeah.
I take out the writ, I hold it up in the air, and I state, "We're the group that dispatched the bandits. Please lower your weapons."
You come here slowly and you hand me what you got in your hand.
I take slow, cautious steps, and I hold out the writ to him.
Takes it, sheathes his weapon. The other 3 still have their swords out. And he kind of looks at...
I keep my hands up to show that I'm not armed.
Okay.
Everyone should probably do the same.
Kind of reads it for a moment. Kind of nods and says, all right, yeah, put your weapons away. Says, yeah, this is a writ from the King's Hall. And they all kind of nod and they begin to sheath their weapons. All right, so what you got here? We got some really crazy, angry farmers saying there was more fighting going on. Kind of told us to come this way and that we would know what was happening. They weren't very clear. They seemed to be very happy about this cart they were buying.
Yes, there's a bit of chaos, because no battle is clean. But we were the ones that dispatched the bandits.
Oh, so you did the job.
Yes.
All right. So what do you need us for?
We're having a bit of a transportation issue, which is why we stayed put.
We wanted to show proof, but we didn't know how to bring the bodies back, and I mean there are quite a lot of them.
They kind of look and go, "Oh, so you need help bringing the bodies back?"
Yes, if you are capable.
If that's what they want.
Well, yeah, we're capable, but the question really becomes then, what's our cut? Right? Because you was hired by the King's Hall, right? And this is your job that now we are assisting you with. So then that means we have now assisted you with the job. So then we get a cut, yeah?
How much you want? Let's make this quick.
They kind of all look at each other. They kind of nod and kind of whisper to each other for a minute. Say, yeah, 300 gold. 300 gold will be sufficient.
No, I don't think so. The whole point of taking these jobs, was so we could make money, not give some of it, especially that amount, away.
Yeah, I would agree. That's quite steep. So perhaps our party can figure this out for themselves.
So we was called here for no reason, is what you say.
You're called here for verification.
That's not our position. We're patrol. That's what we do. If we were the ones to stop it, we would get the reward. If we was helping you, we would get a cut. Right? That's the way it works. That's what happens, with the job postings. So if we're not helping you, you are now wasting the time of the king's men, which we do not appreciate.
Well, your lack of appreciation for our time waste is duly noted, and we'll do our best not to waste your time in the future.
Fucking people. Let's get the hell out of here. Yeah, and then just kind of ride back through the forest and out of the area.
I think we could have paid them just so we could stay on their good side, guys. I mean,
Regardless, it's completely counterintuitive to what we were doing in the first place. Let's just
Totally.
get on.
It seemed like a total waste.
Let's just get it on.
I'm
tired
got
of
the
this.
portable hole. Let's put all this crap in the hole.
Right.
Isn't that where crap belongs, though? In the hole?
In the hole.
We're gonna have to clean it out. We're gonna have to get some bleach.
I'm not cleaning the hole.
I didn't ask you to, man.
Good. Just putting it out there. Not doing it.
Now that we pissed off the Crown's Guard.
I didn't call them. I sent them on their way without us getting into any more problems.
All right. So, opening up the portable hole, throwing the bodies in, folding it back up to the size of a handkerchief and the weight of one as well. You begin making your way back to the city of Zadash. And as early afternoon begins to set in, you finally make your way to the King's Hall. And that is where we're going to cut it for the evening. Classic D&D, guys. I love it. I love it.
Always worries me.
So
with the
frustrating.
2
just love how
hours.
I just
Oh.
love how we
Like the
circled
fucking
back to.
leader.
I just love how we circled back to the suggestion of using the portable hole.
I love it. I love it.
Hate everything.
2 hours of how do we get the bodies back to the city. Wonderful. That's fucking D&D. That's why I love D&D.
It's like that one time we spent 2 hours figuring out how to open a door.
Or how to cross a fucking river.
That evil river.
Your arch nemesis that's going to come around and wind up being the big bad of the campaign. That river.
This is why we need to elect a leader, because this is fucking ridiculous.
Amazing. Amazing. But at least you made your way back to the city. You have the bodies in tow. And that is where we'll pick up for next week. Good game, guys. Good game. Learned a little bit about what's possibly going on. This should be interesting. All right, so thank you so much to my players. Want to do some
Just
some
a
quick...
round of applause.
Yes.
Applause for the DM. I've never been so frustrated.
Hey, look.
This
is your. I'm helping you guide the story.
Go for it.
I'm helping you guide this story the best I can, but you all got to give me something. You get this whole like 2 hours with the bodies. I am so happy to let you all go around that circle.
There you are.
I am so happy to do that because hopefully lessons will be learned. Like that's my hope. That's my wish.
Not.
My wish, my dream is lessons are learned. But
With Jarina's personality, she's got a lesson for everything. So maybe we shouldn't stop fighting each other on decisions.
we'll see. So, but thank you though. It was good. That's D&D. That is D&D.
Dino White.
So good job. All right. So again, thank you to my wonderful players. I appreciate the circles that you run around in. They give me so much to work with. It really does. Like, I already know what's happening. Like, you guys are just like, oh, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. Yeah. Remember, I work within the realm of reality, even though this is a fantasy land, right? This is the, magic and elves and dwarves. Yeah, that's all good. But, people are people. You got to learn about people. These are not pre-programmed NPCs. These people have thoughts and feelings and lives and jobs, and they act accordingly to all of those things. So don't just think like that you can run up on them like an NPC and they're just going to respawn, if you kill them or something like that. That's not how this world works. Remember that. Keep that in mind as we go forward. All right. So some quick shout outs before we end for the evening. Ocelotus, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to the Climbing Chef. And to Dinobot King, thank you so much, Ocelotus. We appreciate you so much. PD73,
and Katie Nicole.
I'm
gifted 4.
Oh, okay. I can only see so many things. I'm moving as quickly as I can. Thank you so much. PD73, thank you so much for the follow. Captain Andor, thank you for rating. Definitely appreciate it so much. Ocelotus, again, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub to Katie Nicole. Okay. And Lady Poopsie, thank you again for the resub for 8 months. Awesome. We love you. And thank you so much to all of you. We love you very much. We thank you for sticking with us through the craziness of this group. Man, classic D&D. I could promise you one thing. Every time we get together on a Thursday to play this game, you will not be disappointed, because there will always be classic D&D shit going on. 2 hours trying to cross a river. No, I'm sorry. 4 hours trying to cross a river. 2 hours trying to figure out what to do with the bodies. Like, just all the good shit. All the good shit. Ocelotus, come on, man. Thank you so much. 500. Thank you for the 500 bits. Appreciate it. Biddies for portable holes, broken carts, and wiping your own ass. Thank you so much, Ocelotus. Appreciate it. But yeah, thank you so much to everybody. We love all the support that you're giving us. It is much appreciated. We're going to keep doing this. So just as a reminder, as we close out for the evening, as we get to the end, we are going to raid someone else. Let's see who we have on currently that we can raid. It looks like, let's see. Ooh, we've got Aya Nuke, who is playing Tom Clancy's The Division 2. So we will be raiding Aya Nuke. So please show Aya Nuke some love. We appreciate you. We appreciate Aya Nuke. And remember, the world is starting to slowly open up. And because of that, things are going to be crazy once again. But just remember, be kind to yourself, be kind to others. Let's support each other in the things that we're doing, because that's how we're going to get through anything. And we love you very much. Don't forget Monster Hearts 2 this Monday at 7:30 p.m. And we will see you next time. Take care.